Chapter 1601 Esteemed Guest. 1601 Esteemed Guest. Sunny froze for a moment, then smiled politely. Ah. In that case, it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon. His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So, the brilliant emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sunny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often. And definitely not in any kind of meaningful way. Which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire. Perhaps, after all, the very reason Sunny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, there was another reason, as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the Irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful. Which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sunny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won. In any case, calm down. You brought this on yourself, anyway. Not only was the brilliant emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Aiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the fire keepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales. As the elite battle force led by Nephites, they not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Valor could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and Fu were among Aiko's friends, too. That was how Sunny had established the partnership with the Beast Farm, in the first place. He sighed and beckoned little Ling's dad. I'm not a dumpling. I'm a boy. Alright, but why are you so tasty? Mummy. As Effie pretended to bite little Ling, he giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sunny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sunny had met in the Dark City. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle, but palpable presence about her, too. Perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint Raised by Wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying little Ling, she walked over to where the Nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand, and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she looked at Aiko and grinned. Hey there, shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier? I really can't. Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up. The petite girl frowned. There will be no more squeezing happening today, thank you very much. Effie laughed. That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours, as well. Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up. Or, undressing him would be fine, too. Aiko's eyes widened, while little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. Oh. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1602 Short, Dark, and Handsome. 1602 Short, Dark, and Handsome. Effie slowly turned around, just in time to notice the unreasonably gorgeous proprietor of the brilliant emporium falling. 3 cups of coffee that he had been carrying on a tray were flying into the air in slow motion. It seemed that he had tripped. Without missing a bit, the enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then, the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. Saint Athena. Welcome. Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. Damn. So cool. At the same time, Sunny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sunny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the Nameless guy was used to his wife's antics. Well, it made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sunny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone. Oh, Master Sunless. You were here. It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname, like she did with her close friends, stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung, too. Even not being openly teased by her caused a dull ache in his heart. Single? Actually, he's double. I mean, there's 2 of him. Huh? In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC. I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally. Ah. Are you still angry at Kai? Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you. Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him. Hee hee. Bastard. Bastard. Ling. Don't say that word. Sunny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Aiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The 2 of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, but back there, Aiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlog. Aiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So, when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Aiko seemed to be holding a grudge. Which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government, to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sunny and the rest of the cohort into the Second Nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Aiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlog's pathfinders. The bastard whom Nephi's had eventually killed. So, Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Aiko, and Aiko herself, ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sunny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web. And yet, his situation was just as messed up. He chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1603 He's a Rumor. 1603 He's a Rumor. It was not every day that a famous saint visited the brilliant emporium, so Sunny went all out with cooking up a feast. And Effie was, without a doubt, very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen Trancendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling, like living legends. Today, though, there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite, an exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But, still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 Transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached Transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So, these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard, of those seasoned veterans that had reached Transcendence before the Chain of Nightmares. Saints like Sky Tide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3, as well. They were Mordred, Sishan, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Valor possessed 2. They were Nephice and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie. The other one was Sunny. And that was pretty much it. Aiko frowned. Let me guess who is going to draw the short straw. They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they? Effie sighed. Yeah. My poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course, it's all a ruse. The real reason they are sending her there. She lowered her voice. Is the Lord of Shadows. Sunny turned the page of the Monster Almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Aiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. Lord of Shadows? Who is that? Effie gently caressed little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. He's just a rumor, but since Balor is taking action, I guess he's not, after all. In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain not too long ago. If he really exists, and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance. She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly. Or, if that is not possible, to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephice to test the waters. Shaking his head, Effie remained silent for a few moments, and then laughed. Can you imagine? I mean, has Anda lost it, or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess, but really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator. Sunny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephice was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 1604 Brave New World. 1604 Brave New World. So, they are finally starting to move. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time, he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica. but many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different. For example, Sunny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity, so for the longest time, he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families, Valor, Song, and Night, only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born. And now, the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans, in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the masters of the Stormsea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened, masters, and saints the other two great clans now commanded, either. In short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Valor and Song. The role of the government was not the same, either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade, or even several decades, but their days were numbered. Unless the government changed, that was. And so, it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm. Strangely enough, despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army, as well. So, the government had actually shortened the gap and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the dream realm, though. And those kingdoms, Sword Domain and Song Domain, had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border. Yet. But, in fact, the territories of Song and Valor were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sunny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region. And where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. He hesitated for a moment, and then added nonchalantly. Also, I never attended school. So I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself. Effie, Little Ling, and Little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain, after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were, he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means. So, Sunny kept to himself. Soon, the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared, as well, leaving the brilliant emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday, as well. But she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal, anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously, he was almost never bored. So, Nephi's is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the Nameless temple? Knowing Neph, 2 weeks, at most? So, he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then, a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1605 Memory Boutique. 1605 Memory Boutique. The silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in. Sunny was idly wondering what they would order when he noticed who it was. A moment later, his eyes glistened with professional interest. It was a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape, and awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Find new updates at novelhall.com. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important because she was one of his clients, and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy. Which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the brilliant Emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. Awakened Tell. Welcome. The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. Master Sunless. I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart. He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. It is good that you decided to pay the brilliant Emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you. Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, for the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. Lastly, he was a Trancendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled, his senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed forge masters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship. Although, he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Tell could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials, mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension, after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life, or any kind of life, really, even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean. Even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem. But that was beside the point. Sunny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon. Or better yet ever. Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sunny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then, he opened the lid and smiled at Awakened Tell politely. Please, take a look. Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606 Belated Apology. 1606 Belated Apology. Inside the lacquered box, an intricately engraved vambrace was laying on black silk. It was forged from a light silvery metal and decorated with a pattern resembling interlaid feathers. The vambrace emanated a feeling of restrained power, and just from a passing glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Awakened Tell, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sunny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. Master Sunless. From what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor. He smiled. Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned, this vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wished to purchase. The process only takes a second, and consumes very little essence. While such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack, it also makes this memory uniquely adaptable. Tal's eyes gleamed. I assume that it can be used by a saint? Sunny nodded. Indeed. It can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion. He continued to smile, but really, Sunny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the brilliant emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission. Which meant that Sunny had not suffered a loss, but he could have sold all that transcendent steel, instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sunny had to remind himself why he had put an extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Tal finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone. You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course. What are they? Oh, and what is its name? Sunny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. My lady, this transcendent memory of the fourth tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the third enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather. Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory. That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs. Sunny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then, he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness. Oh? And how is Saint Roan doing? Out there, in front of him, stood a delicate young woman in a seawave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sunny's voice. Oh. I am sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late, then. Sunny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No. It's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly. My name is... He interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I am Master Sunless, the owner of the brilliant emporium. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually, she said. I heard that you can procure rare memories. Or make them. Sunny froze for a moment. Ah. One of the fire keepers must have recommended him to her. And knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the brilliant emporium did not just sell memories, but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Valor were at her disposal. Sunny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? she nodded again. In a way. He smiled. Now, he was in familiar territory. Great. I am sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned White Feather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality. She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone. Oh, and by the way. Her smile wavered a little. Happy birthday. Chapter 1607 Godgrave. 1607 Godgrave. A vast white plain was shining under blinding sunlight. It seemed deceptively endless, devoid of any features. No living thing was moving across its surface, and none would dare to. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the Sword of Valor, was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful gray eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady N. Ephus, the wind. Staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. I know. Stay strong. There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Nephis answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. Stop talking unless you want to die. She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words, there was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephis, and yet, no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous gray clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky, not that Nephis could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephis watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless, her heart, however, started beating faster. Of course, Nephis did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the song domain, while the left hand lay in the sword domain. By climbing the skeletal arms, one could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse. If they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephis stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the fire keepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collarbone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow because they could not fly the chain breaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed, and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave, and for that reason, they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones. Here, there were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful. But that was for a reason, as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule, and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So, that was why Nephi's and the Fire Keepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again. And now that the grey veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission. To find the mysterious saint who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. The man known as the Lord of Shadows. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1608 Death Zone. 1608 Death Zone. Nephi studied the immaculately white bone plain in front of her for a few moments, then turned around and looked at the Fire Keepers. They were gracelessly sprawled on the ground, with pained expressions on their faces. Even with their powerful ascended bodies, it had not been easy to remain completely still for 3 long days. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The Fire Keepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The Fire Keepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened, masters, and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the Fire Keepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such, could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation, all generations, perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership, their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The Ivory Tower, the Chain Breaker, the crest of the Fire Keepers, and her own name, Changing Star, had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The Fire Keepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right. Still, some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cassie's own cohort, and therefore, they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephi had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erlas, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous, and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Find new updates at novelhall.com. Even Nephi had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born, all of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or 2, it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then, the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephi and the Fire Keepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone. Watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment, Nephi silently raised her sword. Prepare. As she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Neph's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the Fire Keepers. Then, it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 1609 Reclusive Saint. 1609 Reclusive Saint. White flames danced across the bone plain, incinerating the vermilion grass and the swarms of tiny abominations that had just been born moments ago. Unbearable heat assaulted the cohort of the fire keepers, and the air was suddenly full of swirling ash. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like two cold stars. Mounts. A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait. Most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the fire keepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephi's was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Valor. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. Forward. The 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them, and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephi's rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The fire keepers were ready for battle, too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard. And for a good reason. Sum, Shakti, and Urlas, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephi sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The fire keepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean. So, it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the fire keepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephi's had time to think without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently. He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located. The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him. Instead of allowing the sleepers to place their anchors in his citadel, the Lord of Shadows escorted them out of Godgrave and sent them on the path to one of Song's strongholds. Nephi frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song? Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Valor and Song have their eyes on Godgrave. Considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war, how can they not? So, understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Valor is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Neff's gaze darkened. Is it true? That they sent. Cassie's answer came swiftly. Indeed, they sent Mordred, well, one of his bodies, at least. However, he failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephi would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible. Cassie's voice changed slightly. That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but, from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed. Nephi took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. So, Nephi knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing. Neff's calm grey eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 1610 Land of Shadows. 1610 Land of Shadows. They crossed most of the remaining distance to the edge of the breastbone plain that day. Night never graced Godgrave with its presence, but anywhere else, the sun would have already been rolling toward the horizon. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The gray sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was colored here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass. Or rather, it was never supposed to be dark. Nephi slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. What is that? Out there, far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon, they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the land of shadows. Nephi frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the fire keepers. Advance slowly. As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller, until they disappeared entirely. Soon, they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Neph's eyes shining in it like small stars. Stop. She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly. Dismount. It was going to reach the fire keepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar, gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike. Nephi looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There, two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then, something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the fire keepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone, and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The demonic statue towered above Nephi and the fire keepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature either. She was more like a transcendent echo? A saint? However, Nephi had never met an echo, or a saint, really, who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephi was not here and the strange creature decided to attack the fire keepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them, or not? As Nephi looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes. The beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 1611 Nameless Temple. Nephi and the fire keepers followed the onyx devil across the land of shadows. Their taciturn guide walked without looking back, her beautiful armor gleaming as it reflected the white light of their lanterns. The living statue's steps were neither slow nor hurried, her measured pace full of indifferent confidence. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephi would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of the mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The fire keepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. What is going on? Nephi was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them, it was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. Cassie? There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. It is strange. Nephi glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint, however, she is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is. Nephi nodded calmly. That is all right. I do. Find new updates at novelhall.com. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there, in front of Nephi's, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right, in the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though, illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephi felt oppressed by its solemn majesty nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from behind the marble columns, and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. Is this a citadel? One of the fire keepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily. It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place? Nephi remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his Onyx Devil, and other secrets the mysterious saint could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least. Glancing at their beautiful demonic guide, Nephi smiled slightly and nodded. Lead the way. The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephi and the fire keepers followed. Soon, they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 16:12 An audience with the Lord plus, turn off reset. Chapter 16:12 An audience with the Lord. The interior of the dark temple was drowning in deep shadows, and the enchanted lanterns of the fire keepers seemed even weaker in their cold embrace. The light emanating from the luminous memories flickered, barely able to illuminate a narrow circle around them. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Neff's eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker. Strong. While Nephi was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the Onyx Devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a four-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The fire keepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephi remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear. It is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire. Bothersome. Killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore. Of course, there were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the Onyx Devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly, as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephi's passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The fire keepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lanterns simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephi sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides. Like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble. It was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephi know what she faced. A transcendent terror. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephi's from the darkness, Sonny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing. I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephi's, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable, anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sonny took a deep breath, and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then, he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions. Nephi's of valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way, or would you prefer I call you something else? Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he answered evenly. I would not. But you can call me Shadow. I would not. But you can call me Shadow. The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion. And yet, there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephi's frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet, she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephi's had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me? Nephi's hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephi's had to re-evaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful, no, he was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephi's had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the Dark Temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephi's could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures, so they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet, Nephi's had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally, Asterion was the sole inheritor of Heart God. Allow me to clarify, then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the alliance of transcendent warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the Dream Realm as one of his champions. She lingered for a moment, and then added, I trust one do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later, anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards, nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the Dream Realm alone, after all. There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. Ah. Thank you for the clarification. Nephi's tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephi's frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of Song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more. And yet, they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The fire keepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. Oh? So you want me to join forces with the great clan Valor for the benefit of humanity? I see, you must be sincere, then. Surely, it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely, it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And, surely, you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield. The Master of the Dark Temple chuckled again, and that said, his sinister voice growing even colder. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star? At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Sunny felt glad that his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask and shrouded in impenetrable darkness. That was because he might not have controlled his expression very well in the last few minutes. One of his other 2 avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys. Luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. Damn it, Neph. The echo of his last words was still traveling across the Nameless temple when Nephi's frowned slightly. Sunny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neph's face, and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble. Sunny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. Shameless. She's completely shameless. Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. Since you already know that the war is inevitable, and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the 2 domains. So, unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have. Sunny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, he had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the Nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of Valor to take the bait. But Nephis had no way of guessing that. Sunny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions. Sunny smiled. So, I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you, emissaries of valor, manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say? Nephice did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually, she asked. A duel? Which one of us do you want to fight? He chuckled. Any of you, all of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill. A corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward. Arrogant. Sunny laughed, noticing the fire keepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary. I am being modest. He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was, that Sunny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating. But the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The fire keepers, though. Sunny knew these people well. Each of them was a brilliant fighter. Even though they were mere masters, if he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephice herself. A genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, Broken Sword, and elevated it to new heights. His former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sunny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephice stared into the darkness for a few moments, and then nodded decisively. All right. I accept. There was movement in the darkness. Nephice could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The fire keepers behind her tensed, looking up with somber expressions. Thud. A heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness. As if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephice, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes, as if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephice could not say how tall the man was, exactly. But it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephi studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. Cassie? The blind seer answered after a moment of silence. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning, to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephice. And now, he had to deal with the fire keepers first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him. Shim, Shakti, Kair, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urlas. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders. an elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Gantry, and Erlas had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use two greatswords in battle. Gantry usually fought with a heavy battle axe, and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Erlas was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short, but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shakti and Kair. Both had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shakti's had to do with plants, while Kair's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer, as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All seven were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. This is going to be fun. Sunny had never stopped fighting, sharpening his mastery of combat to a sublime level. He had already been one of the most seasoned warriors of humanity 4 years ago, mostly because very few had it as rough as he had it on the Forgotten Shore and in the Antarctic Center. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So, now, he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter, he was a bit rusty. As the fire keepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed one additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms, but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Gantry seemed to have augmented his body, somehow, making it more durable? More nimble? Or simply more powerful? He was going to find out shortly. Erlas, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before. What about now? Sid was bound to do something unpredictable, as well. Shim, Shakti, and Kair all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the fire keepers wielded to consider, as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself. But, still, he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. What are you waiting for? Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear, the fire keepers attacked. The 2 archers opened the battle, instantly letting 2 arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too, since it was a friendly duel. His opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sunny did not augment himself with any of his 3 shadows. Being a Trancendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the black odachi's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinate their attacks seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork. Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Gantry, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage, since space was limited and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously, but by using this simple formation, the fire keepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sunny to block and deflect 4 attacks that came from different directions with a single sword. So, he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Gantry's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sunny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the fire keepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the fire keepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Gantry was struck by the pommel of the odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the two archers. Crap. Kair, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shukti and Urlaz attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the Fire Keepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look. I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Nef's eyes. Beautiful. The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie, and devoid of any emotion. The fire keepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. "Is that all?" His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nephi smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her swords. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well. Nephi's thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask, if there was anything behind it at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nephi took a step forward. That mask. Why did it look so familiar? Chapter 16-17, Duel of the Saints. Sunny held his odachi lightly as he watched Nephi take unhurried steps in his direction. The familiar white flames were dancing in her eyes. But what was this? As he walked, the same sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 fire keepers. A moment later, their bodies shone with a soft white radiance, and the bruises and contusions left on them by his restrained blows disappeared without a trace. Expressions of gratitude and relief appeared on their faces, and at the same time, Nef's own face grew colder. Since when can she heal others from a distance? Before he could consider the implications of that unexpected turn of events, her sword left the enchanted scabbard with a quiet murmur. Its mirror-like blade was as black as the night sky, the light of the magical lanterns reflecting in it like distant stars. He knew that sword well, or rather, he had known it once. The silver blade was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier Nephi's had received after slaying Soul Stealer. It was a mighty weapon, and had been made mightier still by Sunny himself. He had transplanted a supreme soul shard as one of its nodes, augmenting the fundamental enchantment of the silver blade. But now, it was different. Sunny frowned behind the mask when he noticed a familiar symbol branded into the mystical steel just above the crossguard. An anvil pierced through by a sword. Had one of the forge masters of the clan Valor deemed themselves competent enough to improve on his own work? No, they wouldn't have been able to. That left only one person, then. The King of Swords himself. That bastard. Who gave him the right to taint the gift I gave her with his dirty hands? Suddenly, Sunny felt displeased. And since he did, the shadows drowning the great hall of the Nameless temple moved, overcome by the same displeasure. The fire keepers, who had been retreating to give the 2 saints space to fight, suddenly paled. Nephi sensed the change in the atmosphere, too. What is the matter, Lord Shadow? Do you not wish to fight me? Sunny smiled darkly. I am a peaceful man. I hate fighting. Now, how do I lose without having Nephice realize that I threw the fight? There were two problems. First, Nephice was too good of a swordsman, so weaving any kind of pretense in front of her was not easy. And secondly, Sunny was having too much fun. He didn't want their fight to end so quickly. Shall we make it more interesting, then? Grinning behind the mask, Sunny suddenly shifted his weight and switched to an entirely new technique. The battle style of Clan Valor was sharp, domineering, and fatal. But this new technique, it was flowing, unpredictable, and supremely adaptable. It was the battle style taught to Nephice by her family, and then by Nephice to him. There. Finally. The mask of indifference that she wore finally cracked a little, and he could feel her blade waver for a split second. That split second was all that Sunny needed. Breaking through Neff's defense, he delivered a swift strike. And yet, no matter how swift his attack was, she still managed to compose herself and evade it by disengaging. Nephice took a step back, and the tip of the black odachi hissed angrily past her breastplate, separated from the polished white steel by no more than a centimeter. She lingered for a moment. Who taught you that style? Her voice was even, but Sunny knew Nephice well enough to recognize a somber undertone within it. He pulled his odachi back and answered in an even tone. Nobody. With that, Sunny lunged forward once again. Chapter 1618, Transcendent Battle Art. What was a battle style? Depending on the practitioner, the answer varied. At the lowest level, a battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations, and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasized strength and strived to overpower the opponent, some emphasized speed and precision, some emphasized solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy. The school of thought and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sunny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them, a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him. He thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves, as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them, while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world, as long as they were in their element. For Sunny, that element was shadow. For someone like Saint Tyrus, it was the sky, or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephice, he couldn't guess. It might have been light, or flame, or something more esoteric, like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore, he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sunny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art, at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other Trancendent warriors. To learn from them and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy. Which was why fighting Nephis was a boon to him. So, he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephis constructed for him on the fly, Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon, he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Sliding across the marble floor as he was being pushed back by a merciless onslaught of unhurried, but lethal attacks, Sunny was carefully observing Neff's movements. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephis easily partied it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another eye, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange. Nephis was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed. After years of training together and fighting side by side, he knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, it should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it. And indeed, Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephis could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through shadow dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body, but not the mind. Nephis evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance, and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later, it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephis impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows or simply because Neff was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration, at that. But by now, it was like an instinct to Sunny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon, so mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the Soul Serpent and Soul Weave to assist him, as well. Similarly, Nephis had designed an essence technique of her own. Sunny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neff's swordsmanship had a different personality than his, or because she had spent more time to thoroughly comprehend the science behind the biology of her body and the physics of her sword? After all, Sunny had mostly taught himself through practical experience and intuition, spending less time on theory. In any case, this shallow layer of Neff's battle art was not a mystery. Sunny had enough ability to perceive it, enough insight to dismantle it, and enough experience to reassemble it. Even emulating it was not a problem, given enough time. But that was what an essence technique represented, the most shallow and basic layer of a battle art. The true essence hid much deeper, having to do with aspect and attributes. That was what Sunny had to deduce in order to remove the strange interference that prevented him from comprehending Neff's elevated battle style. There was another sonic boom, and the two of them were momentarily thrown away from each other. Sunny increased the weight of his body and slid several meters back, swiftly coming to a halt. Nephis pivoted on one leg and performed an effortless pirouette, regaining her balance almost immediately. The firekeeper scrambled to get even further back, seemingly stunned by how long the duel was lasting. Sunny smirked behind the mask and rushed forward. LFI compare our aspects. Chapter 1620, Deeper Layer. A transcendent battle art was meant to incorporate the user's aspect into their combat technique. What did it mean for Sunny? The first element he had to consciously and comprehensively integrate into his battle style was the easiest. It was his ability to perceive the movement through shadows, as well as see what was happening behind his back. That did not sound like much, compared to his other abilities, but was actually a drastic change. Almost every battle style he had learned in the past was meant to be practiced by humans, after all, and humans only had two eyes. That naturally dictated how they fought, and how the masters who taught young warriors to wield weapons constructed their styles. However, Sunny was not beholden to these standards. Therefore, he had spent plenty of time relearning the very basics of combat, building his technique in a way that allowed him to fully utilize that subtle, but confounding advantage. The second element was even more fundamental, since it concerned movement. Movement lay at the base of every battle style. Footwork was just as indispensable as striking and defending, if not more so. Not only did it dictate the balance and strength available to a fighter, but it also controlled space. Advancing and retreating, evading and pressing the opponent, both offense and defense relied on controlling space. Sunny was not beholden to space either, because he was supremely mobile due to Shadow Step. That was perhaps his greatest advantage in a battle, and therefore, he meticulously altered his way of thinking about space in accordance with this advantage, practically rebuilding his battle style around it. Find new updates at novelhall.com. The third element was group battle. It was a strange matter, considering that Sunny was both an individual and possessed multiple bodies. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he and Nephis had been able to slay carapace scavengers by acting together. One served as bait, another delivered a fatal blow from behind. That simple manner of teamwork illustrated perfectly why the boon of fighting in a group was not additive, but instead multiplicative. The sum was greater than its parts, and Sunny alone had 7 parts. So, he had trained himself relentlessly to fight while controlling many bodies at the same time, learning how to efficiently use group tactics without anyone's help. The fourth element had to do with blood weave and bone weave. Most living things were hard to kill unless you aimed at their vital points, and due to these two attributes, Sunny lacked several vulnerabilities that most humans possessed. He wouldn't bleed to death even if his artery was sliced open, and his bones were immensely resilient, to the point that breaking them was almost impossible. Therefore, he had to teach himself how to make use of these traits. It was the simplest, but also the hardest mindset alteration he had to absorb, because it went against his most powerful instinct, the instinct of self-preservation. Nevertheless, Sunny had succeeded in changing his behavior in a manner that allowed him to strategically sacrifice non-vital parts of himself. The fifth element was about another attribute of his, the onyx shell. Among other things, it allowed Sunny to freely change his weight, or was it mass? He could never tell the difference. In any case, such an ability opened up a vast ocean of possibilities for a skilled warrior, from increasing the impact of his blows to greatly augmenting his speed, solidifying his balance, and even performing actions that would otherwise be impossible without toppling like a cut tree. Sunny had incorporated the effects of the feather of truth trait of the onyx shell into his battle style a while ago, but since he had had nothing but time in the last 4 years, he took this opportunity to fully reconsider it, learning how to use it not only comprehensively, but also instinctually. Now, he did not even have to think about utilizing that adaptable trait to enhance his every move. The sixth element was the most broad, and concerned shadow manifestation. Sunny had the ability to manifest endless variations of tangible shadows, roughly divided into 2 methods. The first was to summon external implements like shadow hands or chains. This method was destructive, but lost too much of its potency in battles against truly powerful opponents. As such, it was best used against large groups of weaker foes, or for pure utility. The second method was to alter the shape of his body with manifested shadows, from summoning additional limbs to building towering shadow shells. The shape of the shell Sunny could create was, theoretically, endless, so it was hard to pinpoint exactly how he was supposed to incorporate this method into his battle art. However, in practice, his repertoire of shells was currently limited. Since Sunny did not possess a true name anymore, there was nothing to anchor himself, and therefore, assuming the shapes of alien creatures was extremely dangerous, unless he wished to lose himself entirely. So, he only used a handful of shells. In exchange, these shells had been perfected by him to a stellar degree. Currently, he was slowly translating his battle art to each of these shells. And finally, there was the seventh element, or rather, there wasn't. Sunny did not know what the last element of his transcendent battle art would be, but suspected that once he mastered it, his technique would become a supreme battle art. Wishful thinking. Not unsolvable, but definitely frightening. Yes, she had to have rebuilt her battle style around that dreadful ability of hers, disregarding the torturous curse of her flaw. There was another element Sunny had to consider, though. Neff's aspect legacy. The tree with 7 branches, each bearing fruits of knowledge. She had mastered one, knowledge of fire, in Twilight. Had she mastered others after that? Was there a way to incorporate the sorcery of names into a battle art? He defended against her increasingly violent assault, contemplating. But even after coming up with all these guesses, Sunny simply couldn't comprehend her battle art. It was just too strange, making no sense, as if something was interfering with his ability to understand it. Stumped, he remembered the first time he had tried to shadow an Ephus, long before he even knew what it meant to shadow someone. It had happened on the Forgotten Shore, when they were traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Back then, Nephice and Castor were sparring with each other, and Sunny sent his shadow to observe her. That was how he had received a revelation that resulted in Shadow Dance, to begin with. Ironically, Nephice had not even used her most precious battle style in the spar against Castor. Since she knew that he had been sent to kill her, she guarded her true skill against him, showing a different and less lethal technique instead. Sunny eyes suddenly widened slightly behind the mask. No way. But, at that moment, he finally understood why he was having so much trouble. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious why he couldn't peer into the secrets of Neff's transcendent battle art. It was because she wasn't showing it, to begin with. Instead, she was deceiving everyone with a lesser, fabricated version of it. Was it for his benefit? No, not likely. She was probably footing the entirety of Valor with this splendid performance. After all, despite being one of the most renowned champions of the great clan Valor, she was ultimately its most insidious enemy. Sunny suppressed a grin. As expected. Ah, my curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. Nephice was not using her aspect, and on top of that, she had created a whole fake transcendent battle art to deceive her enemies. Therefore, trying to learn its secrets was of no real benefit to Sunny. He felt his Odachi slowly coming undone and sighed. Shall we end this duel, then? Chapter 1621, Princes of the Universe. By then, the Fire Keepers had almost retreated to the entrance of the ancient temple. The darkness seethed and surged, disturbed by the fearsome clash of the two transcendent champions. Both Changing Star and the man who called himself Shadow were beyond powerful. A saint was like a natural disaster, and even though neither of them had called upon the dreadful power of their aspects, the devastating physical might of two transcendent warriors was more than enough to obliterate their surroundings, reshape the landscape, and instill terror in the hearts of countless people. Luckily, both their lady and the master of the ancient temple seemed to be holding back. Otherwise, the citadel might have been severely damaged by their duel. Lady Nephice was clad in a suit of knightly armor that had been forged from sublime white steel and adorned with golden accents. With her fair skin and silver hair, pure flames dancing in her eyes, she was like a spirit of light. Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was like a devil born from pure darkness. His ominous onyx armor, demonic mask, and raven-black hair fused with lightless void of the great hall, making it hard to discern where his figure ended and the shadows began. The silence had long been torn apart by the melodic disharmony of clashing steel. But, wasn't something very strange? One of the fire keepers, Sid, looked at their leader and asked after hesitating for a few moments. "Why, is he still standing?" Her somber voice was hiding a note of bewilderment. The 7 of them had followed Lady Changing Star to storm the Crimson Spire, across the frozen hell of East Antarctica, and into countless battles after that. In the past 4 years, they had seen her turn hordes of abominations to ash, topple titans, and bring every saint who dared challenge her to their knees. Only a few people could claim to be her equal, and even they did not dare to. How was it that the Lord of Shadows had not only persisted for so long, but also seemed to be holding his own in a duel against the last daughter of the immortal flame? Who the hell is he? Shim, the leader of the cohort, shook his head slightly without looking away from the barely perceptible whirlwind of the stunning clash. Watch carefully. Out there in front of them, the cadence of the duel finally changed. Now? Sunny delivered a lightning-fast strike, the air parting in front of the blade of his odachi with a wailing hiss. The strike was just a feint, turning into a thrust, turning into a downward slash. Nephice ignored the feint, deflected the stab, and strangled the slash by binding their swords. She pushed him and shifted her body to gain an advantage in the follow-up attack. Sunny was forced to take a step back, which would have landed him in an awkward position and made it impossible to mount a stable defense, if he did not increase the weight of his armored boots while at the same time decreasing the weight of his breastplate. With his center of gravity lowered, he had enough stability to block Neff's calm and vicious attack without staggering back. But even though he blocked it, she unerringly struck the exact same spot where his odachi had already been weakened. Finally, the shadow blade shattered, exploding into a rain of shards. Those shards almost instantly turned ethereal, dissolving back into an intangible shadow. Still, it at least allowed him to get his point across despite the simple trick. "I feel like, wearing this mask around people quickly grow annoying." He suppressed a sigh. Nephice looked at him for a while, then said evenly, "My personal wealth is not that vast, I can't promise you the same boons and riches that my clan can." Sunny chuckled. Considering the kind of atmosphere he had created, his laughter sounded sinister even without him trying. When he responded, his voice was as cold as Fee's. "I don't desire riches. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards, why should I want to get them from clan valor? I don't lack anything. If there's something I want, I can go and take it myself." Nephice frowned slightly. "So what is it that you want from me, Lord Shadow?" Sunny turned away again. "It's simple, really." He took a step into the darkness and added indifferently, "All I want is for you to owe me a favor, Changing Star. One day, when I come calling, help me out with what I ask." It was an offer heavy with meaning. The concept of debt was somewhat sacred among the nobility of the awakened society, especially to people who strive to follow quaint ideals like honor and virtue. Being owed by someone like Nephice might have been more precious than a mountain of soul shards. Especially because Sunny had not indicated what kind of help he might want to receive. She studied his back for a few moments, and eventually nodded. "That is acceptable." Sunny entered the darkness and looked up at his marble throne. Hidden from sight, he sighed deeply, then smiled. "Then it concludes our deal." And just like that, a tentative alliance between a mysterious saint residing in Godgrave and a princess of the Sword Domain was forged. Chapter 1622, Many Mysteries of Shadow. The Lord of Shadows did not seem in the mood to talk after the conclusion of the duel. Maybe he was dissatisfied with its result, or maybe he had simply strained himself too much in order to withstand the torrent of steel unleashed by Nephice, and needed rest. With how mysterious the reclusive saint was, it was impossible to tell what was on his mind. In any case, shortly after he had disappeared into the darkness, the beautiful onyx devil moved once again, inviting them to leave and make a camp outside the temple. The territory around the ancient citadel seemed safe enough, with all the nightmare creatures having been eradicated by Shadow and his servants. So, the fire keepers did not mind resting outside. There was no trust between them and the master of the temple yet, anyway. They would have felt uncomfortable resting under his roof, surrounded by powerful creatures. A transcendent devil, a transcendent terror, a supreme devil, and gods knew who else. That power was enough to give a stronger force pause. So, they made camp a dozen or so meters away from the great dark edifice of the citadel, among the bones of slain nightmare creatures. The lanterns chased away the darkness, and a fire had been ignited in the middle of the camp. Various storage memories were summoned, containing food and beverages. They even raised several tents, hoping to enjoy a bit of peaceful sleep. After experiencing 2 weeks of pure hell, the fire keepers could finally rest and relax a little. Of course, they did not lower their guard completely, still wearing their armor and keeping watch in shifts. Nephi sat in front of the fire, watching it dance with a thoughtful expression. The Lord of Shadows. There were too many mysteries about him. That mask, for example. By now, Nephi remembered where she had seen it. Ananke had worn a mask almost identical to the one worn by Shadow. It was a symbol of the priests of the nightmare spell. So, was Shadow one such priest, as well, or at least considered himself to be one? Or had he simply slain a follower of Weaver in one of his nightmares and received the mask as a reward? In fact, Nephi had seen the depiction of Weaver's mask long before meeting Ananke. It was drawn on the wall of the Ebony Tower, where the Demon of Destiny had left a map of strongholds built by his siblings in various realms. The mask, representing Weaver, was placed north of the Hollow Mountains, above all 6 strongholds, almost as if looking at them from afar. But it did not mean that Weaver's stronghold was hidden somewhere on the Forgotten Shore, or even further north. It simply meant that no one had any idea where Weaver's stronghold was, or if the transient demon even had one. So, Nether had drawn it outside the map. And then there was the second battle style he had shown, obviously as a message to her. Or a provocation. Her father's style. Nephi hugged her knees, calmly looking into the fire. Feeling the shift in her mood, the fire surged and swirled. How was it possible? As far as she knew, there were only 2 people in the world who had been taught that style. She had been taught by her family, and Cassie was taught by her. There were no others. Or were there? Had her father had a pupil that she didn't know about? Was Lord Shadow that pupil, or a disciple of that pupil? She wanted to know. She wanted to ask. Her father had perished when Nephi was 4, so she did not have a lot of memories of him. Most of what she knew about Broken Sword was from listening to her grandmother, who talked about her son-in-law often. The rest was from the legends that he had left in the world before dying an untimely death. But she sighed. There was little sincerity in the world. Knowledge was power, and people guarded their power fervently. Usually, one had to be prepared to pay a price if they wanted to receive an answer. Secrets were not revealed easily. She was already indebted to Lord Shadow. He seemed like an unfriendly sort, and would definitely not part with information lightly. In fact, he had probably chosen to use that style for the exact purpose of enticing her into deepening her debt. Devious. Who was that man? So strong, so devious, and having enough resources to disregard the riches of clan valor. As she considered that, the ground suddenly trembled. Chapter 1623, Dark Colossus. As the ground trembled, the lively atmosphere in the camp instantly turned cold and professional. The fire keepers, who had been enjoying a late supper just moments ago, instantly rose to their feet and picked up their weapons. A moment later, they were standing in a defensive formation, ready to repel any kind of attack. Nephi had stood up, as well. The white flames burning in her eyes grew more intense, and the fire behind her grew taller, chasing the darkness further away. What is it? Was there a nightmare creature approaching them from afar, or had the master of the ancient temple decided to betray them? She was going to find out soon. As they stood motionlessly, preparing for battle, the ground shuddered again. A cold wind rose, bringing with it a strong smell of rotting leaves and humid jungle. A tense silence settled over the world. Find new updates at novelhall.com. A moment later, Nephice felt a new presence beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw the Lord of Shadows standing at the edge of the camp, peering into the darkness calmly. He had appeared out of nowhere without making any noise, as if the shadows themselves had risen up to spawn him. He seemed to have discarded his mask, but since Nephice was behind him, she couldn't see his face. The fire keepers flinched, startled by his sudden appearance. Each was an experienced master, and many carried memories that enhanced their senses. It wasn't easy to sneak up on them. And yet, the Lord of Shadow had done it effortlessly. Nephice frowned, realizing just how vulnerable her subordinates were in front of him. "What is happening?" Her voice remained calm, addressing the mysterious saint with sufficient decorum. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "It's nothing much. One of the great sleepers has awoken, that's all." Shadow lingered for a second, then added. "I usually keep them asleep to avoid trouble, but the most feisty ones sometimes escape their slumber." "A great nightmare creature? Keep them asleep?" Nephice frowned slightly. Where a serpentine head was before, the sharp tip of a gargantuan sword suddenly appeared. Slowly, but also too fast to notice, the body of the Trancendent terror rippled, and turned into an inconceivable odachi, its hilt and curving blade as long as the shadow giant was tall. Finally, a dark titan was standing on the bone plane, his body encased in a suit of fearsome onyx armor, wielding a giant obsidian sword. He looked like an ancient deity that had descended to the mortal realm from the heavens, or maybe crawled out of the lightless depths of the abyss. Not paying the fire keepers any attention, the shadow giant took another step. Something lunged at him from the darkness, a grotesque monstrosity that towered above the ground, its mottled fur wreathing with a swarm of pale maggots. Its misshapen head was crowned with sharp horns, and its maw was wide open, revealing a wall of massive fangs. Its limbs were a mess of claws, chitinous scythes, and pulsating tentacles. A chill spread through the hearts of the fire keepers at the sight of the hideous abomination. However, the towering sword of the dark Colossus only fell once. One strike, and the neck of the great beast was cleanly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The massive body toppled and crashed into the bone surface of the dead god's breastbone, causing it to tremble once again. The great beast was dead. Just like that. The dark Colossus peered at it with disdain, then shook his head and crumbled on itself, turning into a tide of shadows. A moment later, all that was left was the corpse of the hideous monstrosity, and the deep groove left in the white bone by the tip of the obsidian odachi. Silence settled over Godgrave once again. Nephice stared at the corpse of the abomination, her expression unreadable. Eventually, she tilted her head a little. One strike. Suddenly, she was glad to have made a pact with the man who called himself Shadow. It was much better to be his ally than his enemy. Chapter 1624, Crazy Girl. Far to the northwest of Bastion, across the chain of death zones crowned by Godgrave, lay the vast human enclave ruled by the great clan Song. Although younger and smaller in territory than the Sword Domain, the kingdom of Song was nevertheless just as populous and potent. Unlike Bastion itself, which lay at the heart of Valor's territory, the capital of Song was located at the northernmost point of her domain, on the slopes of a towering mountain chain that branched out from the Hollow Mountains. It was a stark and beautiful place nestled between snowy peaks and fuming volcanoes, shrouded in snowstorms and raining ash. Its name was Ravenheart. The Great Citadel had another name in the runic language of the Nightmare spell, but after an obscure figure from the first generation of the Awakened conquered it, people gradually started calling the remote mountain palace by her true name. That obscure awakened warrior was the founder of the Song clan and Song's late mother. Her daughter elevated their minor clan to prominence, and then to the very height of power. Similarly, Ravenheart had grown from the stronghold of a lesser legacy clan to one of the great citadels of humanity, sheltering hundreds of thousands of awakened. And now, after the chain of nightmares, it was home to millions of mundane humans, as well. The citadel itself was a magnificent palace that stood on the slope of a snowy mountain, perched at the very edge of a bottomless chasm. The legend said that it had been cut from pure white jade once, but after enduring the wrath of the surrounding volcanoes for thousands of years, it turned entirely black, as if made from obsidian glass. Still, contrasted against pristine white snow, its sublime beauty had only become more tantalizing. A titanic stone bridge spanned the vast chasm between the mountain and the volcano standing opposite it, connecting the two branches of the mountain chain like a road meant for giants. Its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the titanic bridge had become a town for the awakened warriors, who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenheart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions either, because Queen Song and her Trancendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenheart was a harsh place. But it was also an incredibly beautiful place. And therefore, life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the Dream Realm, where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. Stone worms had very bad hearing, but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper. What? Of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal. The quiet voice responded dubiously. Really? Well, good. You should hurry up, though. The wind is changing. Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed, already? It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed, already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly. And more than many young awakened in Ravenheart, as well, despite being mundane. But she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake, it was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse. And becoming a corpse in Ravenheart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right? Chapter 1625, Undergeared. Rain rose to one knee in one smooth motion and raised her bow. Flakes of ash rained from it like black snow, dancing gracefully in the wind. In one heartbeat, she took out an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. Another heartbeat, and she strained her muscles to draw the bow. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow, either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side. But there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? Could it be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions? And so on. Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did. And thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah. Not at all, because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body, which was a necessity here in Ravenheart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle, for some reason, imparting that knowledge on his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley wool vest, and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble, as well alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stone worm toppled to the ground in a mess of long libs. The arrowhead dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain. Sadly, stone worms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw again. This time, it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stoneworm's spine. The abomination stumbled but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap. Chapter 1626 The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume 7, plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1626 The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume 7, dropping the bow, she hurriedly picked up a long javelin that had been laying under the ash. Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stone worm was almost upon her. With fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, the horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces. And suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the Tachi. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit, and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. She could feel a trickle of foreign essence seeping into her soul, and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it. Then, a voice resounded from behind her. You have slain a dormant monster, stone worm. Your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. What the hell are you on about? The young man who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. That. Don't mind me. Just something I used to hear often. Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale, but beautiful face. I am definitely going to kill him one day. Was it possible to kill a ghost? Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually, he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating, but after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent, and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, he treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted, and didn't know much about her biological parents. So, it might have been possible that there was an eccentric dark deity in her family tree? Her teacher did, indeed, look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise. Even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection, either. Which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood. Or any blood, for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, "Teacher, please tell me. Who are you, really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am your long-lost brother. I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother." You would assume so, wouldn't you? But, you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the great pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no good bird and had my fate stolen. So, no one in the world remembers me. Oh, but before that, I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned, even. I was a war hero, too. And extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephice? Changing star of the immortal Flame Clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Or. Teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you, exactly? You certainly can. That's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you. But, at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago? Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me, and I had to destroy it, as well as my memories. A cursed magical sword? How did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone. And it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome. Or. Teacher, tell me the truth, you're not an evil god, are you? Of course not. Really? Sure. I mean, the blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I am indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm. But, an evil god? Preposterous. I see cthnelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I mean, I am a demigod, at best. In short. After a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that, even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So, she just lived her life and endured the harsh training, as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company, and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain? Why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on, harvest that stone worm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling. Before the queen takes it? Huh. Why would she take a measly stone worm, as if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant? Chapter 1627, Hunting Spoils. Despite the fact that Rain's clash with the stone worm had only lasted a dozen seconds, she was tired. Not only because she had tracked the creature down for a long time first, spending hours to prepare the ambush, but also because those few seconds of absolute mental concentration and daunting physical exertion took a lot out of her. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all, and then some, meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations, not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least. In that sense, Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stone worm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination. Especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it, curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help. Bastard. Cursing again? Rain, a proper young lady should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me, and I'll beat the crap out of the damned bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs, those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenheart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stone worm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory yet often used them to fashion scale mail. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. Something tells me that it is not soon enough. So, we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination. A strong one, as well. Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life. Had that been strong, in her teacher's eyes? She gave him a long look. You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or few? It will be expensive, sure. But my parents can help. Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone, and let me collect the shards. He stared at her dubiously and coughed. Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you. Rain's eyes gleamed. Really? But he was not done talking. And while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you, as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon, like a little baby? He scoffed. Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk. And he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse? Huh? What do you have to say for yourself? Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. Forget I said anything. She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted thee on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenheart. Chapter 1628, Weary Pilgrim. Rain made a point of using light equipment, and yet, she carried considerable weight. There were her clothes and armor, her bow, a quiver of arrows, the javelin she used, her sword, the hunting knife attached to her belt, and another knife hidden in her boot. There was also plenty of stuff in her pack, and attached to her pack everything she needed to hunt and survive in the wilderness. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them, but alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her, because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stoneworm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenheart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long and tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape, amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training, and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of, not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Whatever. Sometimes, Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare. But, at the same time, she was thankful to him. Not for her own sake, but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened, but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So, her teacher's promise to help her awaken without having to challenge a nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stone worm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stone worm. Next time, I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time, the bastard ran straight, but next time, you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course. And anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot, and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster, a bit smarter, but still pretty dumb. Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints, as if she had never existed. Rain and her teacher were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers? He nodded. She must have died on the way to a citadel. So, the queen took her. Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long, for some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenheart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the queen of the dead. That was why people in the sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them. But in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving. Because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes. If she had, would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow, too? Chapter 1629, Roads to the Future. Eventually, Rain reached one of the roads leading from the lowlands to the city. These mountain roads had been in use from before the Chain of Nightmares. It was hard to remember now after the population of Ravenheart exploded to many millions, but it had been a great citadel even prior to that. The roads leading to the Great Bridge, and the beautiful palace beyond it, were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past 4 years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them. In any case, now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow, anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road. Workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, Song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenheart did not seem that large, in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future, instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. There were no draft animals in the dream realm, or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenheart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plow the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Song Bin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Ki Song's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenheart. If not for her, the development of the city, and the song domain as a whole, would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Unben is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. Oh? Beastmaster? Well, she's not bad, you know, she once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face. Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance, but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more awakened patrolling it, too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenheart. Chapter 1630, Ravenheart. From where Rain stood on the slope, she could see most of the city. Ravenheart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenheart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenheart when the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district. Supply shipments and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain. Coming back from a hunt? She lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. Oh, yeah, I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of Theorm's recently, a stone worm, yeah, it's dead. The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know. No need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome, like all awakened were. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenheart, like her, but challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before, a little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher. Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone? Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone. You don't know? Rain raised an eyebrow. Know what? There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks. Right. Perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenheart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was not too bad, really, appearance-wise, by mundane standards. But the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. Ah, they all have such smooth and silky skin. And no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete. Her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods. How dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments, and then suddenly gasped. Wait. I can't CAF. There was another long pause, and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. Chapter 1631, Hidden Menace. The outer wall of the mundane district was thick and tall. Rain passed through the gateway, still thinking about what her teacher had said. Pretty? I'm pretty? He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel. Maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side, where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine wine-colored silk. A master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had delved deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. Oh, it's you, little sister, Rain, was it? Please don't move. A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand, as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark, something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her, should the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. Welcome back. Have a nice evening. Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Rain nodded. Sure. There are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenheart. He sighed. They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else. Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help? Don't tell me. Did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenheart's streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels, not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher." He responded a moment later. "You too. Sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby. Knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night, Rain allowed herself to relax, and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1632, New Developments. Rain was woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. She spent a few minutes in sweet drowsiness, enjoying the warmth of her bed and the softness of her pillow, then yawned and sat up. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch. Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar, but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours. Whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training, and lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy, and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenheart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now, anyway. She was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady. And don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt. In just a few minutes, all the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. A new road crew? Strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay. The description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So, where would this new one lead, exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone. "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they are going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East? There was nothing much east of Ravenheart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. Chapter 1633, Public Sentiment. The market was a large and lively place. Numerous stalls were set up in the open, with more respectable storefronts visible here and there. Almost anything could be bought here, starting with materials harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures and ending with rare items brought over from the waking world via the Dream Gate. Weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenheart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well, and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, she sold off the stone worm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stone worm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare, and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses. But not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenheart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favorite pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the dream realm, the capital of Song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs. Maybe in the future. Before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenheart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was, exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So, she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, it wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more. But my cousins are in the sword domain. You must tell them to be careful, then. Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. Aren't they being ridiculous? Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world, after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources. And competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the dream realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious, sometimes letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the sword domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenheart. There was nothing like that 4 years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her heads and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ash coat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric. Pulling down its hood, she went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Chapter 1634, Scenic View. Rain stopped at a popular bakery and spent a good chunk of her coins on a set of delicious pastries. Her younger siblings were moody teenagers now, but she still liked to pamper them when she got the chance. Or at least try to. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They're probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenheart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky, either, so the breathtaking vista of the sprawling vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the queen was hidden by a blizzard, though, so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ, and what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high. Now, she only had to get closer to the bridge, and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the Scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he is coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited. I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see." "I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. "Gods, how is it even worse now?" Sadly, the government saints spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away, in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephice and Lady Xianxia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course. All these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances, combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened. Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon, she reached a pretty two-story house, opened the door, and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom. Dad. I'm home." Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sunny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. Jade Palace. Being that close to another of Ariel's creations was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 1635, Message to Myself. A few days before, far away from the harsh splendor of Ravenheart, Sunny was looking at Castle while hiding his emotions behind a polite smile. "Oh, and by the way." Her tone was neutral. "Happy birthday." For a split second, his mask cracked. Sunny's face did not move, but his gaze changed. For a short moment, His eyes were much deeper and darker than before. The lightless depth contained within them was much too vast, much too cold, and much too unfathomable to fit the image of a harmless shopkeeper. He froze, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. For a second, Sunny was stunned, not knowing what to say. The shadows stirred. But then, he quickly composed himself. Why, thank you. But how did you know? An irrational, but desperate hope had ignited in his chest, trying to burn away his judgment. A hope that anyone remembered him, that Cassie did. The thought of it was both blindingly sweet and ruthlessly painful. Because it was impossible, the fateless attribute, as he had called it, was thorough. So, Sunny discarded that futile hope and hid his rattled state. How had she known that today was his birthday, though? Maybe, just maybe. Cassie was facing him, remaining silent. Her smile slowly dimmed, replaced by a strange and solemn expression. Sunny felt uncomfortable because her eyes were hidden by the blue fabric, but he did not show it. Come to think of it. He had not noticed it immediately, but Cassie looked a little strange. How could he describe it? She seemed a little haggard. Of course, a stranger would not have noticed, blinded by the stunning beauty of the blind seer. But to Sunny, she looked out of sorts. Her clothes, which had always been neat and tidy, were a little messy. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, but it did not seem properly combed. There were signs of fatigue on her delicate face. Much more importantly, there was a hint of restless intensity to her which had never been there before. As if Cassie was not quite stable, having lost her innate state of composed balance. He coughed. Ah. Well, why not? My house might not be able to fly like your citadel, but it can walk. It's convenient. The more important question was, what did she see when looking at him? Weaver's mask was all the way in Godgrave, and while the nebulous mantle could hide his presence, it was nowhere nearly as potent at deflecting divination. Nevertheless, Sunny was not worried. He was mostly certain that Cassie's powers were based on a subconscious ability to perceive the strings of fate, and sense when they were trembling. Since there were no strings of fate connected to him anymore, she should be powerless against him. As if to confirm his words, Cassie spoke calmly. Do you know what I sense when I look at you, though? Nothing. You are like a black void, completely empty. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That is not something a man wants to hear on his birthday, Saint Cassia. She did not seem to have heard his words, continuing in the same tone. But this is perfect. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, Master Sunless, you seem to be strangely well informed about my abilities, considering that you are not at all surprised to hear these things. Well, just in case, let me tell you. I used to be able to see the future. He hesitated for a while, a little startled by that statement. Used to? Castle nodded. Yes. This ability of mine has been in complete disarray after my third nightmare. Not just mine, actually, all awakened with high affinity to fate are suffering a reduction in their ability to discern the future. Not that there are a lot of us. It is almost as if fate itself has been thrown into chaos. Sunny forced out a smile. How terrible. She remained silent for a while, seemingly distracted. Then, she said with a subtle hint of relief. Yes. It has been rather terrible. And I've been trying to find the cause for the past 4 years, without any success. So, the message that I seem to have sent myself made me think that you might be of help. And won't just think that I am crazy. Castle paused, then faced him and said tensely. Master Sunless, how would you react if I told you that there is a man-shaped hole in the world? Chapter 1636, Man-Shaped Void. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. The expression on Cassie's face was tense and somber. Defiant, even. As if she was saying something that she had said many times already, only to be dismissed. Or even branded as a lunatic. Sunny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink. He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sunny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else, his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however. Although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening. Not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past 4 years must have been rough for her. And yet, selfishly, Sunny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered. But it felt so good, for his absence to be witnessed by someone, at least. A few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade. Placing a cup in front of her, Sunny poured the tea and sat down. A man-shaped hole? You might want to explain, Xianxia. She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had made a mistake. In an attempt to hide his rattled state, he had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight. Since deceit was his craft, Sunny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps, it's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way. Like what happens with old communicators. Sunny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. It's that the missing pieces form a person. Someone who was there, with us, in the tomb of Ariel, and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world, as if he had never existed. Someone who was precious to us. To me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless. Before she could continue, he asked neutrally. You say that the missing pieces form a person. But why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely. Because I think that you are that man. Then, she clenched her fists. Are you? Sunny did not answer for a while. Eventually, he sighed and answered, his voice even. Yes. Then, he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember, anyway. Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. So are you? Sunny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had, on several occasions. But just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of HM. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother, because her neighbor Sunny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again. Yes, I am. Sunny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make? Is it a weapon? Chapter 1637 Negative Space. Sunny tried to evade the question a few more times, but it was too important to Cassie. She stubbornly returned to it no matter what he said, forgetting his answers a few moments later. Watching her lost expression was eerie and a little heartbreaking, like talking to someone suffering from dementia. "So, tell me, are you?" Sunny reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. "Yes, I am." "But..." Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenheart, CTH Novelfire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup, and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze, and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, "My tea is cold." Sunny tilted his head a little. Then, his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question, after all. So soon? Cassie was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having. Observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what, exactly, she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sunny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspect it strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Cassie's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sunny drank it silently. None of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't. Because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange. "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. Where did that come from? Sunny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "I'm honestly not sure." "Why are you asking?" She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance. "My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, I'll be able to read your memories." Sunny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sunny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now, she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw just like she had forgotten his answers, as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning, at least. But then what? Sunny put his cup down and smiled politely. You want to peek at my memories, Saint Xianxia? She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. I do. Saint Sunless. His smile did not falter. She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it. I shouldn't have published it. But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for Teacher Julius and Ananke, so it was worth the trouble. Sunny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice, what's in it for me? Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. Well, what is it that you want? Sunny contemplated for as long as his flaw allowed him to. Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though, the favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Valor. He shrugged. Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon. Cassie suddenly tensed. A full moon? Surely, you don't mean. Sunny chuckled. That's right. I want to sneak into Bastion. He finished his tea and added nonchalantly. The real Bastion, of course. Not this Mirage we all live in. Chapter 1638, Pretty as a Picture. It did not take long to discuss the details of their agreement with Cassie. She was wary of him, somewhat, but Sunny held the overwhelming advantage in the negotiations. After all, he had what she wanted, and knew more than her on top of that. It wasn't hard for him to get the blind seer to agree to his conditions. She could not stay for long, either, at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Valor. Cassie did not want to attract their attention to Sunny, yet, or maybe ever. That suited him fine, as well. What a strange birthday I'm having this year. When Cassie left, Sunny was once again left alone in the brilliant emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion. Or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, real, more real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives. But Sunny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cassie's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the demons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sunny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The Tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sunny had already visited these 2 places, but the other 4. Sunny could not find what he was looking for in the pretty Mirage, though. He could only find it in the harrowing reality hidden behind it. That place could only be entered during a full moon, at least by those who did not rule the illusory citadel. That was why he agreed to meet Cassie again then. There was plenty of time left before the next full moon, though, which would give both of them plenty of time to digest the situation. Cassie had a lot to think about, no doubt. And Sunny did, too. Throwing one last glance in the window, he yawned and went about closing the brilliant emporium. When everything was done, Sunny walked into his bedroom and fell on his bed. Despite the modest size of his room, the bed itself was large and opulent. It was carved from pale polished wood, with elegant engravings decorating the columns that supported the silk canopy. It was much too comfortable for a simple piece of furniture, and looked like something that belonged in a palace instead of a cozy cottage. And it did. This was the very same bed Sunny had slept on in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, a lifetime ago. He had brought it back with the help of the marvelous mimic after being gone from civilization for 3 years among other things. Sunny put his head on a pillow and closed his eyes. Soon enough, he fell peacefully asleep. The last thought that crossed his mind was rather bitter. Damnation, she forgot to order a memory. It was such a shame. He had hoped to get a bunch of soul shards out of Cassie. Chapter 1639, Beautiful Mirage. The full moon came faster than Sunny had expected. His life in Bastion had been peaceful in the meantime. The brilliant Emporium Café enjoyed a steady stream of guests, while the Memory Boutique continued to stagnate with no customers. Sunny attended to the kitchen and minded his business. He was supposed to make a trip to the waking world to stock up on ingredients, but postponed it for now, partially out of laziness, and partially because there was a lot on his place. His life in Godgrave, meanwhile, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Nephice was there, and so, he had no time for boredom. 4 new novels. But that was the third avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sunny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the brilliant Emporium. Then, he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theater play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sunny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sunny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake, was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were 2 moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sunny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theater was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. The original Sunny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic. So, he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Beth would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer. But not of this moon, in this lake, and on this night. When it was time, Sunny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake, and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second. The echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon, he was surrounded by ethereal radiance, as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast, radiant circle breaking the surface a few meters away from it. Sunny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light. And then, the world changed. Sunny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly, it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. Chapter 1640, Harrowing Reality. The sky was black, with pale stars shining coldly in the distance. They were much paler than the bright constellations of the illusory realm, though, because there was something brighter in the night sky, spanning its vast expanse. The fragments of the shattered moon. The moon was up there, above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents, floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sunny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within, like the shell of a cosmic egg. All he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a Trancendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sunny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed. The tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness. Here and there, one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, a monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory Bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, a forest that was one enormous living being, a horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually, it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been. Because the Real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful Mirage created by the demon of imagination, though, both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest, too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his army. The dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sunny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later, as a saint. He did not know if this was true, and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sunny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling on any of Andal's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above, on the remnants of the broken wall, and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were Knights of Valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie. Illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue, her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking. Here in the hidden realm of true Bastion, it seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sunny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention, but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sunny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet, she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sunny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course. It's not polite to make a lady wait. And I am nothing if not polite, one could say." Chapter 1641, First Impressions. Sunny studied Castle's face, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Having left her alone for several weeks, he did not feel particularly safe. Who knew what conclusions she had drawn in that time? What plans she had formulated? He was a stranger to her, now. Which meant that the blind seer would not afford him the same grace she afforded her friends. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sunny felt like he finally understood why Mordred was so wary of her. But then again, he was someone worthy of being feared, himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sunny did not have to be afraid of anyone, or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him. If they knew who he was, of course. But no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matter. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sunny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted, after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her, and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sunny looked at Castle, who was wearing a white tunic and a seawave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then, he glanced at his own black bodysuit. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So, how do I go about building trust? One small step at a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambience here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible, as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did. And yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I am surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart? Or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sunny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone. "Ah." He chuckled and added in a light tone. "Just my kind of person. I am a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest." She cleared her throat. "I see." Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sunny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Right now, Castle only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephi's, and had undergone the third nightmare with them. Which would suggest that he had been their friend, or at least an ally, if not for the fact that Mordred had also been there, in the tomb of Ariel. Meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sunny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy. At the very least, she wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So, why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice. "What I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to Clan Valor, and I am pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit." Cassie inhaled slowly. "I see, that makes sense." She paused for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "What is your interest, then?" Sunny smiled and looked at the broken sky. "That is the question, isn't it?" Chapter 1642, Selfish Reasons. Sunny contemplated his answer for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I guess it's the same as yours." Castle seemed a little surprised. "The same as mine?" He nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sunny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close, now. In the end, he did nothing. Indeed. You told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate, but that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible, so, what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest. Sunny shrugged. It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome. Cassie hesitated for a moment. So what is the outcome you desire? He grinned. How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, Xianxia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So, what outcome do you desire? Now, they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sunny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close. 4 new novels. Which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. I want to save the world. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Castle stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it. I will keep my word. At the same time, she raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts. And there, just a few meters in front of them, 3 heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sunny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. Xianxia? Who? Damn it. Sunny did not move. And in the next moment, the 3 knights of valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her seawave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder. Don't worry. They won't remember seeing us. Sunny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed. And more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power, indeed. Chapter 1643, Unseen. Sunny had contemplated the ways Cassie could get him inside the castle. From using a secret passage through the ruins to using her intricate knowledge of runic sorcery to interfere with the defensive array, there were many potential methods for someone as resourceful as her to choose from. What he had not expected was that she would, indeed, simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like nothing was the matter. And yet, despite Sunny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then, they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sunny had somehow turned invisible. Not invisible, impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive. And deeply disturbing. Sunny was walking behind Cassie, so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of LO49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. Ah. I hate mental attacks. From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life, but it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sunny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind, the scene of the battle in the drowned Temple of Fallen Grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sibyl and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the Echo of Torment fight against the drowned. Of course, Sunny had not known her true identity, yet. There had been a moment when the Echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water and gazed into its eyes. The abomination's body convulsed, an indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment, had the Echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being? No, it is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous, because they are too strange and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. But if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sunny nodded, prompting Cassie to add. You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by valor. Oh, and take this. She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sunny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch. Cassie explained. This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one. I made it myself. So, don't lose it. She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives, our short and painful lives, that is. Sunny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Andal facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually. But it was too soon to meet the King of Swords, for now. Is he really here? Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder. The sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. Chapter 1644, Royal Forge. The ringing of steel was still echoing across the desolate ruin when Sunny shifted slightly and looked in the direction where the sound had come from. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it, a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea or vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sunny felt as if he was on a battlefield, and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. What is that? Cassie turned to face the tower, as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly. It's the king. He is forging. Sunny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Andal's whereabouts, and a moment later, the King of Sword announced his presence. Sunny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sunny had developed an unwise tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. Spooky bastard. He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly. What is he forging? Cassie smiled. What else? He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded, the ones paladins wield are, as well. Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him, then, probably. Sunny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed. And here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith. Cassie tilted her head a little. Oh. Right. You create memories. And the last time we met, we were alone. So, I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC, of the brilliant Emporium Cafe looks like. She shrugged. Actually, you do look like a legacy. But maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint. Sunny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. I'm sure that you observed me carefully, and for a while, before paying a visit to the brilliant Emporium. And by observed, I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment, in any case. This time, it was Cassie's turn to cough. I'm right on the money. He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally. I don't know much about how enchanters of valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage. After all, she is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft. Plus, family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you, my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor. Sunny hesitated before adding. The way I create memories is different from theirs. Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously. I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you, exactly? Sunny briefly glanced at Cassie's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me. It wasn't an empty boast. Forge masters of valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sunny, meanwhile, was a true weaven. The only master of weaver sorcery in existence. Therefore, his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So, really, there was just one entity better than him at creating memories. The nightmare spell. But he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked. Why? Are you going to order a memory, after all? Let me tell you, Saint Cassia. I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch, and we can handle all kinds of orders. Combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you, I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one. Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone. Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you, then. Chapter 1645, Found Nothing. Cassie gulped Sunny deeper into the ruins. She showed more caution after descending from the outer wall. To his relief, the young woman remained calm and composed, but he noticed that she chose roundabout paths, keeping to the less populated areas of the ancient castle. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebble Sunny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the knights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise. Sunny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cassie's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked. You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where, exactly, do you want me to lead you? Read latest novels at novelhall.com. He shrugged. As close to the main keep as possible, I'll know where I need to go once I get there. In fact, Sunny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here, in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had. But he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone, after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Key Song, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sunny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the true Bastion before the Sovereigns emerged. Which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was, and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sunny doubted that they would have found them all. Or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a demon's lineage, and that person was him. So, Sunny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other, some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Nothing. Sunny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them. But that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it. And those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sunny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses. Deep below. Sunny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. What is the matter? Sunny smiled subtly and shrugged. I found what I was looking for. She tilted her head a little. What now, then? He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. Now, please excuse me for a moment, Saint Xianxia. Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. And then, he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain. Chapter 1646, Dungeons and Demons. A moment later, the two of them were far below ground, with countless tons of stone hanging above their heads. If Sunny was not mistaken, the hidden sanctum he had found was most of the way to the bottom of the lake, at the very heart of the mountains. In the past, Sunny had not been able to carry living beings with him when stepping through the shadows with the sole exception of Nephi's. It was different now that he was a saint, though. He could pull much heavier inanimate objects with him, as well as actual people. The latter were very cumbersome, though, consuming a lot of his essence. Especially those whose souls were vast and powerful. Teleporting Cassie with him, and to such a remote place, had drained a good portion of his reserves. Sunny sighed inwardly and tried to take a deep breath. There was nothing to inhale, though. A strangely calm voice resounded in his head, startling him. There is no air here. It was Cassie's voice. But why was she so calm? Sunny glanced at the blind seer with a hint of confusion, then shrugged and summoned the quintessence pearl. A few seconds later, a beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. This time, Sunny did not place it in his mouth, keeping it between himself and Cassie. Soon, the two of them were able to breathe again. Please stay close, Saint Xianxia. Saints could keep their breath for much longer than mundane people, so neither of them had felt any discomfort in these few moments. Still, he had expected that Cassie would be at least a little startled. But then again, why would she be? Cassie did not receive visions of the future anymore, but her awakened ability was functioning perfectly fine. She must have known that Sunny would use Shadow Step a few seconds before he had, and saw him summoning the Quintessence Pearl before he ever did. Cassie usually acted in a way that made people forget about this ability of hers, but if one stopped to think about it, she had every conversation and witnessed every event twice. For as long as her awakened ability was active, it was all but impossible to surprise her. And she would have definitely kept it active while sneaking a suspicious saint into a sovereign stronghold. Read latest novels at novelhall.com. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, seemed to have undergone a change, unless she was using a memory to communicate with him telepathically. It was that ability of hers that allowed her to talk to people she had marked. Sunny was well acquainted with this manner of conversation thanks to the Shroud of Dusk, so he wasn't worried about thinking an unwanted thought aloud. Huh. Convenient. No wonder Nephi's had seemed so well informed about his shadows when they met in the Nameless temple. Cassie, meanwhile, looked like she was having similar thoughts. Facing Sunny, she tilted her head a little and asked. A spatial movement ability? She turned her head sharply, but Sunny simply continued in a carefree tone. So, what I am trying to find here is lost knowledge, and, if I am lucky, something just as forbidden. With that, Sunny grabbed the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open. Or, at least, he tried to. The door didn't budge. Scowling slightly, Sunny put more strength into it. He had a lot of strength as a transcendent terror, and yet, the door didn't move. Is it locked? But there is no lock. Have the hinges rusted through? No, wait. You should try pulling. Sunny coughed awkwardly, then pulled instead of pushing. The door opened easily, and the hinges produced no noise. I was just going to, yeah. Cassie did not say anything and walked over, stopping just behind him. Sunny tensed slightly. Why is she standing so close? Oh, right. I told her to, because of the Quintessence Pearl. So, what kind of knowledge do you hope to find? He walked out of the stone chamber and stopped, studying the long corridor beyond. Oh, nothing too unexpected. Why did the Doom War start? How did it end? Who won? How did the gods die? How did the demons die? Where are their corpses? Sunny took a deep breath and added nonchalantly. Why was the nightmare spell created? What is its purpose? What happened to its creator? Simple stuff like that. Of course, there was another goal Sunny was pursuing, and another thing he wanted to find. The remaining parts of Weaver's forbidden lineage, he wanted them. He wasn't satisfied with only having an incomplete collection of fragments. Not anymore, at least. Chapter 1647, Infinity Mirror. Now, this is going to be a problem. Standing on the threshold, Sunny studied the long corridor. It stretched in both directions as far as he could see, bending slightly. The stone floor was smooth and even, while the tall ceiling was illuminated by a scattering of softly glowing gemstones. The turquoise gems were embedded into it, dimly drowning the corridor in pale light. The problem was with the walls. Both of them were perfectly smooth and seamless, as if the corridor had been formed inside the mountain by some unknown means instead of being constructed. Much worse, their glossy surface was reflective. The walls of the corridor were like two endless mirrors. Remembering what Cassie had said, Sunny frowned. The blind seer inhaled deeply behind him. Oh, my. Her voice was somber. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked neutrally. Left or right? Cassie answered with a hint of confusion. Why are you asking me? He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. Why not? My luck is pretty much non-existent. So, I'll trust your intuition. She tilted her head a little. Really? Because my intuition tells me to get out of here as soon as possible. Yeah, I should have expected that answer. Sunny closed his eyes for a second, then cleared his throat. On second thought, why don't we just go left? The moment the two of them stepped into the corridor, their reflections appeared on the polished walls. Since the two endless mirrors were positioned directly opposite each other, the reflections stretched into infinity, forming countless mirrored corridors. When Sunny took a step, a legion of his reflections took a step. When Cassie followed, a legion of her reflections followed, too. They were surrounded by a myriad of identical copies of themselves, marching in step with them on both sides. Suddenly, he felt very uneasy. You said not to answer if a reflection speaks to me, right? The only sound that broke the silence was the soft rustle of Cassie's clothes. Sunny's steps, meanwhile, were completely noiseless. But then, another sound broke the silence, making him stop in his tracks. It was the quiet, but unmistakable sound of a glass surface cracking. Sunny froze for a moment. To hell with this. Turning around, he grabbed Cassie and immediately used Shadow Step to teleport back in the direction they had come. Without Shadow Sense, he could only jump as far as he could see. After a swift series of consecutive jumps, Sunny returned them to the small stone chamber and shut the door, then slumped tiredly on the floor. Damn. I hate mirrors so much. Come to think of it, there had to be some connection between the reason he tended to avoid mirrors and this place. Mordred must have visited Bastion before being handed to Asterion. Had he perhaps encountered something strange here? Or maybe his mother? Cassie quietly straightened her clothes and sat down, as well. Neither of them were physically tired, but being on edge for extended periods of time inevitably led to mental fatigue. She was silent for a while, then asked. So, what now, Sunny? Are we turning back? He glanced at her darkly and remained motionless for a moment. Then, he shook his head. No. With that, Sunny raised his free hand and summoned another memory. A few moments later, a small lantern carved out of black stone appeared on his palm. Cassie turned her head and concentrated on it, a slight frown appearing on her face. A lantern? He nodded. Indeed. However, it is a very special one. This lantern does not produce light. Instead, it swallows it. What was a reflection? It was light that had been cast back. Therefore, much like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Gritting his teeth, Sunny stood up and opened the door of the stone chamber again. At the same time, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern. A moment later, a torrent of shadows surged into the mirror corridor, flooding it with impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1648, Lost in Reflection. A torrent of shadows flowed into the corridor, submerging it in total darkness. The light of the glowing gemstones was swallowed and disappeared without trace, turning them bleak and lifeless. Sunny had summoned a swarm of vast and ancient shadows to do the job. These old shadows were unfathomable. It would have taken an equally potent source of light to dispel them. The gemstones had been created from the mind of the demon of imagination. True, perhaps they would have chased away the darkness if the shadows were alone. But they were in the presence of their lord, and that alone made them much more tyrannical. A few moments later, a long stretch of the corridor had turned completely lightless. The infinity mirror of its walls was now dull and empty. Nothing reflected on their dim surface, and no reflection haunted the hidden sanctum. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Who knew that I would use this trick today? What he had done was not pure improvisation. Instead, it was one of the methods he had contemplated when thinking about how to deal with Mordred. Castle seemed impressed. These shadows, obey you? Sunny shrugged. If I treat them nicely. Wild shadows were like that. Most were devoted to Sunny, but some were obstinate and willful. The former would obey him out of affection or reverence, but the latter needed to be coaxed and enticed. Let's go. The two of them returned to the corridor. It seemed much smaller without the countless reflections stretching endlessly into the ghostly distance. Claustrophobic, even still, Sunny felt much more at ease now than he had before. Cassie suddenly spoke, drawing his attention. Are we going left again? Sunny smiled. That is a good question. No, let's try right this time. They turned right and started walking at a measured pace. The shadows moved with them, keeping the corridor dark both ahead and behind. Just like that, Sunny and Cassie advanced forward for a while. Then, they encountered an intersection. A similar corridor crossed the one they had been traversing, and so, Sunny had another choice to make. He frowned slightly and decided to turn right again. The second corridor had a slight bend to it, as well, so it was impossible to see far ahead. Some time later, there was another intersection. And then another, and another. Cassie frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Fine. I will guide you inside the castle once again, next month. In exchange for another memory. Sunny dismissed the endless spring and suppressed a chuckle. Why did she put on a show if we both knew that she would agree? It's a date, then. He froze for a moment, then added hurriedly. No, wait. It's not a date. I misspoke. It's an arrangement. You know what I mean. Cassie observed him with a hint of amusement, then shrugged. As you wish. Now. I think it's time for me to receive my payment. Sunny sighed. He had not been looking forward to this part. Fine. We have a bit of time left, so let's do it here. As long as he returned to the lake before sunrise, there was no safer place in Bastion than this labyrinth. Here, they were hidden from the king's gaze, and no one would disturb them. I still hate it. Sunny led Cassie into the stone chamber, called the shadows back into the lantern, and closed the door. Then, he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Cassie sat down in front of him and calmly looked him in the eyes, her back perfectly straight. One memory. Of your choosing. Sunny nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. Then think about what you want me to see. He did. The bitter cold. The dim twilight. The cracking of ice as he broke through it and climbed onto the desolate shore, the dark storm of seething emotions raging in his hollow heart. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes suddenly glistened, pulling him into their depths, changing. And in the next moment, Sunny gasped. Chapter 1649, Memory of Ice. A cold ocean washed the shore of a desolate land, its waves frozen and unmoving. The empty sky seemed dim and uncaring, the sun hidden behind a somber veil. The land itself was silent and forlorn, its lifeless expanse buried in snow. Not far from the shore, the layer of ice shackling of the ocean suddenly fractured and exploded, revealing the restless surface of the dark water. A pale hand rose above the edge and dug into the ice with crushing force. A moment later, a gaunt young man climbed from the cold water, stepping on the frozen waves with a chilling expression on his sunken, alabaster face. His appearance was both tantalizing and frightening. The young man only wore the tattered remains of a military bodysuit, which was mostly gone. His fair skin was as white as snow, marred by countless gruesome, but eerily bloodless wounds. His eyes, on the contrary, were as dark as the depths of a lightless abyss. The black silk of his wet hair moved slightly in the frigid wind. He looked like the wretched corpse of a drowned deity that had crawled out of a frozen hell. His slender torso was mostly bare, revealing an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent that covered most of his arms, chest, and back. The dark serpent was so lifelike that it almost seemed like its onyx scales were moving under the young man's skin. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the desolate landscape in front of him. Then, he took a step forward. Finally, after so much time had passed, he was back at the Antarctic Center. He had returned to Falcon Scott. When he took the second step, his gruesomely torn skin was already healing. When he took the third, the intricate plates of a battered onyx armor covered his mangled body, shielding it from the cold and wind. It looks the same. After the third nightmare, when all was said and done, Sunny had returned to the northern quadrant among the refugees. He spent some time there, taking care of unfinished business, not that there was a lot for him to do after being erased from the world. Meeting Rain was the very last thing he did. Then, untethered from everything and everyone, he set his sights back on Antarctica. Sunny stared at the cliffs for some time, then turned his gaze away. He wasn't quite ready to enter the city yet. He spent several hours roaming the shore aimlessly, as if looking for something. The frigid cold was absolutely lethal, but Sunny paid it no attention. His shadow sense spread far and wide, enveloping a vast area of the desolate land. Where is it? Where is it? In the end, he stopped and stared at the ground silently. Finally, there was a hint of emotion on his face. Sunny raised a trembling hand and covered his eyes, a brittle smile twisting his lips. He couldn't find it. The grave where he had buried his soldiers, he had not been quite in right mind back then, and the terrain had been changed a lot by the snow and ice. So, he simply did not know where the resting place of Bel, Dorn, and Samara was anymore. Ah, damn it. A stifled sound escaped from his mouth, and then, Sunny angrily struck the rusted remains of a broken MWP that lay nearby, covered with snow. There was a thunderous boom, and the massive machine exploded. Jagged pieces of alloy shot into the distance like deadly shrapnel, while its torso was sent flying. It collided against the cliffs 100 or so meters away, causing an entire section of the cliffside to fracture and collapse in an avalanche of shattered rocks. Unfazed, Sunny raised his head to the sky and let out a distorted scream, then looked down, his eyes boiling with dark fury. Kill it. I will rip that thing apart. Gritting his teeth, he breathed in the cold air of Antarctica and headed for the ruins of the city. Chapter 1650, Frozen City. Sunny did not know what he expected to see in Falcon Scott. He didn't even know why he felt compelled to enter it, and yet, he did enter it, walking along the silent streets with a distant expression on his pale face. He came here precisely because he didn't want to, reluctant, see the monument to his failure. He owed to himself, and to those people whom he had failed to protect, to witness their final resting place in all its horrid glory. Perhaps it was simply because now that no one remembered him, Sunny wanted to at least remember himself. Even the things he would have wanted to forget. The city was pretty much exactly like he had imagined. It was a frozen graveyard. The fatal cold of the winter beast's blizzard had killed everyone in what seemed like mere moments. The corpses were hidden inside the buildings or buried under snow, so the city seemed utterly empty. They had not suffered, at least. Some buildings had collapsed in the past months under the weight of the ice. Others stood like colossal gravestones, or frigid mausoleums, maybe, for those who had perished inside. Strangely enough, no nightmare creatures seemed to have entered the city to feast on the corpses. It was as though the winter beast had marked this place as its territory. Sunny passed a few familiar structures, the barracks where the irregulars had been stationed, the government compound, the dormitory tower where Beth and Professor Abel had lived. His mind was flooded with memories, which only made his mental state deteriorate further. It was a strange thing, to be alone. Now that Sunny was alone, erased from existence, he felt no compulsion to control his emotions or maintain the illusion of normalcy. There was no one to witness him fall apart, anyway, and nobody to get the wrong impression of him. There were no tethers connecting him to the world, yes, but, as it turned out, those same tethers had been like supports that held his mind together. He must have looked quite disturbing from the side. Only now that Sunny was truly and utterly alone did he realize how much of his habits and behavior had been dictated by the need to blend in with his environment, with human society. Now, he didn't have to bother with maintaining acceptable expressions, keeping improper feelings from his gaze, and saying the right words. Or saying anything at all, really. Maybe I should do all these things, anyway. He suspected that giving in to this utter freedom would make him slip into some sort of derangement eventually, but couldn't bother to care. Finally, he reached the crumbled remains of the city wall and spent some time gazing at the snowy field beyond. Climbing over the wreckage, Sunny jumped down, turned his body light enough to walk on the snow, and left the ghost of Falcon Scott behind. This was probably the last time he would ever see it. But that was fine. Turning his head, Sunny studied the ugly creature and then took a step toward it. Where are you going? Who allowed you to leave? Approaching the abomination, he crouched beside it and stared into its frenzied eyes with a smile. The creature's terrifying maw was less than a meter away from his face, but Sunny didn't care. "You chose a wrong day to exist, wretch." "Ah, but it's for the best. It's exactly what I need." He outstretched one hand, sensing the soul serpent slither forth. Soon, a torrent of darkness flowed from his fingers onto the snow, forming into a massive shadow. That shadow was not a great serpent, however. Instead, it took the form of a towering creature that had 2 stumpy legs, an emaciated, hunched torso and disproportionately long, multi-jointed hands, 2 of them, each ending with a set of horrifying bone claws, and another 2, these ones shorter, ending with almost human-like fingers. Its body was covered in ragged inky black fur, and there were 5 glossy black eyes on its head. Beneath them, a terrible maw crowding with razor-sharp teeth was half open, as though in anticipation. Viscous drool was running down the creature's chin and dripping into the snow. The most unnerving part, though, were the strange shapes endlessly moving, worm-like, under the creature's skin. It was the Mountain King. Or rather, a version of the Mountain King that looked as if it had been dipped into a pool of liquid darkness. Sunny's cold smile widened a little, his dark eyes gleaming with sinister will. "Go on. This one will be the first." Serpent took a heavy step forward and grabbed the struggling abomination with its powerful hand. Then, one of the worm-like larvae moving under his skin crawled from under his claws and burrowed into the monster's flesh. The nightmare creature froze for a moment, and then let out a chilling wail. A moment later, its body contorted in a terrible convulsion. Sunny grinned darkly. "But not the last, no, not at all."